like a bird on a tree. I'm just sitting here, I got time, it's clear to see. From up here, the world seems small. We can sit together, it's so beautiful, you and me. We're meant to be in the great outdoors, forever free. Sometimes you need to go and take a step back to see the truth around you. From a distance you can tell. You and me, meant to be in the great outdoors, forever free. You and me, meant to be in the great outdoors, forever free.
Happy Saturday, everybody. I am Uncle Mike, your favorite gamer's favorite uncle, and we are here at Prescott's Ernest A. Love Field in Microsoft Flight Simulator on the Xbox Series S, and we are going to be redoing my in real life flight that I did back in January of 1990 for my private pilot's license, my long cross-country flight that I did back there for my private pilot's license. I actually have the logbook here, a picture. You can see that second entry there, which is in November 79187 on January 26, 1990, where I flew from Prescott to Blythe, to Needle, and then back to Prescott. So that is what we are going to be doing today. So that's neat here. This is our this is our route that we are going to be doing. Back in the day, didn't have all this fancy GPS stuff and all of this, so went ahead and put it out here on paper. So kind of just to orient you with what we are, we're on the right side of the map there at Drake. That's the VOR, that's the nav aid. So Delta Romeo Kilo at 114.1 on the nav. That's the frequency for the nav aid. So we're going to take off there, we're going to climb out to the north, and we're going to intercept that 226 radial and head then southwest down to Blythe, California at Bravo Limo Hotel down there in the bottom left of the map. And then we'll head north. We'll do some sightseeing as we go north because that's the Colorado River Valley. And so there's a lot of neat things that we can actually see as we head north there up to Needles, which is Echo Echo Delta up there then in the kind of in the top left there, and then we'll head due pretty much kind of right back east there, right back then to Prescott. So that's our route today. It looks like everything is working good here now on stream. Had a little issue with my microphone, so this is actually a restart here of the stream. But there is our route, and this is what I did back in the old days where it went in ahead and marked up the sectional and made notes and all of this because we didn't have all the glass cockpit and stuff that we have today, even in these really kind of basic general aviation aircraft. So, but I went ahead and Pick the Cessna 172, change the in number to 79 or 187, just like I had back in the day. If we go ahead and we jump into the cockpit here and come down, you can see that I have chosen really the non-ish glass cockpit that I can get, and so we will be not flying a GPS flight here. We will be flying a flight that is going to be using the nav aids. I went ahead and I've got coffee. I've got some food here because it's gonna be about a 4-hour flight here, so might have people coming in and jumping in and checking things out as we go. But I say we go ahead and get started. So yeah, we're redoing my in real life long cross country that I did from Prescott to Blythe to Needles and returned back to Prescott for my private pilot's license back in January of 1990 in a Cessna 172. So first thing is yeah, let's go ahead and pick up weather. So I'm going to go ahead and here in the sim, go ahead and get rid of the control yokes just so we can see things better. We're going to come down here and just so you can see things. Not really like a study level flight here, but you know, let's just go ahead and do it as real as possible. So let's go ahead and turn on the battery. Go ahead and turn on one avionics bus so that way we can go ahead and turn on the comms. And now I can actually use the sim and we'll go ahead and dial into automatic information. So
Prescott Airport information Romeo 140
out of the south.
Wind 185 at Niner. Visibility tree. Sky condition clear. Temperature Niner. Dew point 10. Altimeter 29
All right, 2987. Runway 21.
Runway 21 left and visual runway 21 right in use. Landing and departing runway 21 left and runway 21 right. DSR aircraft, say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller, on initial contact, you have Romeo.
All right. Well, that looks good. We'll go ahead and dial into ground. But so there we go. We got the information. Winds out of the south, a light. It's a nice, cool morning, it seems like. So we're good. Oops, we're good there. Oh, no, don't want that one. I want that one. Thank you. Turn off the battery again. There we go. All right. So we can go ahead and get rid of ATC right now as we go ahead and get ready to start our Cessna here. So we'll go ahead and follow the checklist. Checking to make sure everything's working here. Yep, Yeti is working. The real microphone is working. I like everything. You got sound. I see that you've got sound there so you can hear what's going on. So let's go ahead and bring up the before engine checklist. I've already done the walk around pre-flight inspection outside the aircraft this morning. So seats are all good. Everything is off. Let's check our fuel. So fuel is down here. So fuel is on both. Fuel is like that. Looks good. So let's go ahead and get to starting the engine. All right. So come over here. We're going to crack the throttle. Mixture goes to idle cutoff. So there we go. Come over here to the battery again. Turn on the battery. Turn on the beacon. So we don't, since we're in the airplane now, go ahead and give it full mixture, full fuel. And now fuel pump. I don't need my avionics. I'm going to go turn that off. Fuel pump just comes on just for a little bit. All right, fuel pump is off. We're going to go lean the engine here. We are at a mile high almost, so we're going to need to go ahead and lean out the engine for takeoff. We'll do that in run up. So we're just going to kind of guess here now. Everything looks good. Let's beat on the brakes. We can actually use the controller here, put on the brakes. Let's go ahead and come down here to... All right, so we're going to go to engine start, and then we're going to give a little bit more mixture. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the after starting checklist. Just go ahead and get ready for that. So let's go ahead and back out here so you guys can see everything. So yeah, let's come over here and Here we go, clear prop, and go ahead and give it a little bit more mixture. And now go ahead and go to 1,000 RPMs. That looks good. Come over here, we've got oil pressure. Let the temp come up as we do some other stuff here in the airplane. Everything's looking good there, so we got a good engine start. Everything looks good. We can now go ahead and turn on the alternator. Go ahead and turn on the avionics, let them warm up. Looking good. We can go ahead and turn the transponder to standby. Flaps are up. Alright, let's go ahead and just an enunciation there. So 120, let's go ahead and get the heading here. Heading indicator all set. So a little bit of a drift there in the, about right there now. Compass and heading indicator are aligned, so that looks good. What else we've got here in the old checklist? Transponder, flaps, heading indicator. Altimeter is already set, and let's set the altitude indicator to level flight, so everything looks good there. Alright, there we go. So now we just do taxi checklists. I don't think we really need any taxi lights or anything like that, so we'll go ahead and turn on strobe and nav now. Not dark out, so it's not like it's going to blind anybody or anything like that. So now we can come over here and let's re-look at our sectional of what we're doing. So we're going to do out of Drake. Frequency is 114.1. Flying down to Blythe, which is 117.4 on the 226 radio. So we're going to come over here, and now we are going to, in nav 1, dial in 114.1, which is Drake. We'll go ahead and make it the active. We should see, there it is, Drake. We are going to go ahead and now come over here and set the 226 radio. So there's about 226. We can also set up Blythe. Come over here, back to her. Blythe is 117.4. So we can put that in the secondary. So 117.4. But we can also come down here to nav 2 and also go ahead and dial in Blythe, which is 117.4. That way we can actually pick up Blythe on the way there in nav 2. And then we can also, is going to be the same radial of 226. So there we go. So everything's looking good. We'll do an autopilot check once we get out there. So yes, everything now is set up. Letting that engine warm up. Temperature's coming up. We still got oil pressure. Everything is now looking good. Let's go ahead and go to local time here in Prescott, just a little after 8 o'clock in the morning. So everything is looking good. I like what we've got here. Beautiful day here in Prescott, Arizona. Let's go ahead and get ATC. We've already contacted ground. What we're going to do is we're actually going to take off. We're going to fly out. We're going to climb out a little bit farther than what we normally would, because that way we can actually go ahead and get a view of the campus I went to, which is Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Prescott, Arizona. So we can see that. We'll make a turn then kind of to the north. Really go kind of direct to Drake VOR. Climb up above some mountains that are in the Prescott area, and then start our turn really to the west and head toward, or southwest and head toward Blythe. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to take off basically straight out, make a right turn, head north, and then kind of do a turn around a point and loop back around and then head to the west. So that's what we are going to do. So we are going to go ahead and request then a taxi, and we're going to depart to the north. So
Prescott Ground, Cessna November 79er187 request taxi for departure to the north with Sierra.
Cessna November 79er187 taxi to and hold short of runway 21 left using taxiway cross runway 12 cross runway tree right Bravo Alpha. Contact tower on 125 decimal tree when ready.
All right.
Taxi to and hold short runway 21 left using taxiway cross runway 12 cross runway tree right Bravo Alpha Cessna 187.
All right. We got a little bit different. So looks like they want me to cross 3 right at Bravo Alpha. So I would assume that's Bravo Alpha down over there. I could actually turn on, but we're not going to. So we're going to see what they do. They might yell at us. So, all right, so let's go ahead and parking brake comes off. Let's start our taxi.
Cessna 187 hold position, caution other traffic.
All right,
Hold position Cessna 187.
other traffic. Somebody else is moving here. All right, well, I don't see the traffic. But they're asking us to hold, so we'll hold. Well, while we're doing that, I know one thing that I can then do. There's maybe traffic over there. Looking to see if somebody's landing, somebody's taxiing. Well, I'm going to move up to the hold markers here. See if they yell at us. I'm not going to cross the... Alright, there we go. Alright, put the parking brake on so I don't have to worry about that. Alright, so we're just waiting for other traffic, but I don't see other traffic. But while we're doing that, one of the things that we can then do is come over here and bring up Sky Vector and bring up airport diagram and look and see here. Well, Alpha Bravo is way down there. That's weird. I'm not really sure what's going on here. I think the sim thinks I'm somewhere else, so it might yell at us. But we're gonna continue our taxi here because Alpha Bravo and 3 right. I think the sim thinks we're somewhere else. But we are off here. It's Alpha Bravo. Like I said, I was like, what? Alpha Bravo? 3 right? I'm not even near 3 right. 3 right is a little runway that was made after I left Prescott down over here. That's basically really now just a little touch and go runway. So, okay. So yeah, it's, all right, we'll go ahead and just make sure everything's clear.
Cessna 187,
Thank you.
taxi.
Roger, Cessna 187.
Because here's 1230. I think they thought I was parked somewhere else. But we will go down here to the end of 21 left, do our run up, and start our flight. We can go ahead and get rid of ATC right now. Just continue our taxi here. You can see the IN number 79187, which is same IN number of the plane that I did their in real life flight. It was a red airplane though, red and white. But I figured, why not go ahead and do the Xbox Flight Sim Flying Club livery here. Alright, so everything's looking good now. I am flying on an Xbox controller. For you gamers out there that are interested in getting Microsoft Flight Sim for your Xbox. Takes a little work with the thumbs, but it works out good. So right out here at 11 o'clock now, we're looking at, you can start to see the runway lights. That right there is 3 right. I'm not sure where they actually thought we were at. So, oh, back over here, a little fun tidbit in those trees over there. That is the Ruger gun factory right here. Yes, it is on the it's on the really the grounds of the airport. You can see that south wind is pushing our tail, and it's pushing us here. Pushing our tail makes us want to do a right turn. Getting out here to the end of the runway. We'll do a run up. We'll check all of our navigation, everything that we like. We'll contact the tower and we will get started. We're going to do a complete VFR. It looks like a beautiful day here in Arizona. So should be a nice flight. Not much to see on the outbound. Like I said, when we go from Blythe to Needles, we'll do some sightseeing. And there's also some neat things to see, a couple neat things to see from Needles back here to Prescott. But we're going to climb out to the north here. There's some mountains we got to deal with, so we'll climb out to the north, go up to 8,500 feet, and then we'll pick up the radio outbound of Drake. So, all right, so here we are now in the run-up area. This is not how it was when I was flying. Kind of a weird run-up area, it seems like. So what I'm going to do is slow down here, then turn around into the wind. Go ahead and kind of come up here in the box here. Alright, there we go. Slow it down. Put the parking brake on. Let's get back into the cockpit here. Go ahead and bring up our checklists again. Go to run up. Alright, so parking brake is set. Seats and seat belts are good. Let's go outside the plane. Controls look good. Go back inside the airplane. And let's go ahead and come all the way down here. So flight, let's check our fuel. We should be fully topped out. There we go. Yes, we are. Fuel looks good. And so yeah, fuel quantity looks good. We're not going to go full rich because we're almost a mile high already. So what we are going to do here is we're going to come in. Fuel selector is on both. Let's go ahead and check that. So fuel selector, come down here. Fuel selector is on both. We're going to go ahead and turn on the autopilot here. This is one of the reasons why I actually took 790-187 when I did my long cross country, was because it had an autopilot. Not really supposed to do that, but I took it with the autopilot. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and activate the controls. And you can see the autopilot disengage. That's what we want. So in case something happens with the autopilot, and we go ahead and put in a flight, a control input, that the autopilot disengages. So that's a good test right there. So autopilot is off, and so now let's go ahead and start our run up here. So I'm going to come over here with a little better look so you guys can see everything. And so we're going to, parking brake is set. I'm going to come up to about 1800 RPMs. There we go. Now one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and lean it out. Start to see a RPM drop, give it a little bit more mixture. There we go. Now we're going to come over here and we're going to test our magnetos. So go to right. About 150 drop, good. Go back to both. A little over about 1850, so we're looking for about, go to left. Looking for about 1700. 1700, back to both. Okay, so that looks good. And let's check. Vacuum looks good. Amps look good. Oil pressure looks good. Temp looks good. Fuel looks good. Everything's looking real good on the dials. Nothing going on with the dummy panel, so that's good. Come back to full idle. Whoops. Come back to full idle. $600, very good. Let's go back to 1,000. All right, let's go ahead and before takeoff. So radios are all set. We'll dial in tower once we get to the hold markers when we're ready to go. We're all ready to go on the nav. Avionics look good. Nav looks good. Transponder to altitude mode. Oops. What am I clicking there? There it is. Altitude mode. Autopilot is off. Elevator trim is set for takeoff. Flaps. Don't think we need flaps. It's a nice cool morning and all this, so I don't think we need any type of flaps. Cabin is closed. We are ready to go. Go ahead and turn off the checklist. Go outside. Parking brake is off. Let's go ahead and get back in line here. Contact tower, and let's get into the air. Looking good. All right, come up to the hold lines here. All right, get in the cockpit. Go ahead, turn on landing lights. Go ahead, just get ready for that. And let's tune to the tower. And let's go ahead and go.
Prescott Tower, Cessna November 790-187 at runway 21 left, ready for departure. Departure to the north.
Cessna November 790-187 altimeter tree 0.0 04 wind 185 at 9er. North departure approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 21 left.
All right.
Cleared for takeoff runway 21 left Cessna 187.
So 3004 now. There we go. And here we go. So parking brake is off. Looking good. Things ready. Let's do this. I see 2-1. And away we go. Airspeed's alive, 40 knots. $55, $60. Nice little rotate. Go ahead and stay in ground effect here just for a little bit to accelerate. And there we go. Nice climb now. There we go. Woo-hoo. And we are on our way. We'll just go ahead and do a fast climb. There's no real reason to do like best climb or anything like that. So let's do 80 knots here. It's a nice cool day, so you can see that we're getting about 600 feet per minute at 80 knots.
Cessna 187 continue.
Roger that. You gotcha. So they're letting us go ahead and make a right turn, but what we're going to do is we're going to fly out here because these buildings right out here, right there, that is Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. That's where I went to college. So continue just to fly it here with the controller. Just kind of keep flying out here. Alright, we'll start our turn to the north now. That way then you can, that right there, right out the window here, that is Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Prescott, Arizona. That is where I went to college, where I got my aerospace engineering degree. Then of course this is where I learned to fly. So we'll just continue our nice easy turn here to the north. Reason why we're going to the north is actually that mountain right off the nose there. That's almost 8,000 feet. So what we're going to do is we're basically just going to go ahead and climb out here. They went ahead and cleared us to the north, so we'll go ahead and keep climbing here. Got a little bit, we can get the climb going a little better. There we go. Let's go ahead and keep that climb going. Oh, there's the airport. Like I said, they've already cleared us. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of traffic or anything like that, so we'll just kind of head out here toward the north. Out here is the Drake VOR. And we'll come out here, we'll pick up the 226 radial out of Drake and head to Blythe, California. But what we really want to do is we want to climb above 8,000 feet because we're going to go pretty much right over that mountain right there. So, hence, go ahead and climb. Get above that mountain first before we actually head out. That way we don't have to worry about are we going to actually be able to climb up and over it. So I'll just keep climbing out here at 80 knots. Everything is looking good. Nothing on the dummy panel. Engine looks good. Once we get out here at 8,500, we can then go ahead and get set up for cruise. And all of that. Can also then leave the airspace from the airport. That's another thing that we can then do, but we're climbing through 7,000 feet here. We come out here somewhere out here. Is the actual Drake VOR, the actual building, little white round building out here. There it is, right there. It's right above the nose now, right there. There's the actual VOR. That's the nav aid that we're dialed into here. We're just going to keep climbing out. Again, 8,500 feet here. But yeah, so right there. There's the actual nav aid down there. So we're going to be heading out over that mountain right there. So looking good, looking good. There's the VOR right out the window. That is Drake Delta Romeo Kilo. So, Lydia, hi, how are you? There we go. Now we're outside the. Yep, frequency change approved. Got it.
Prescott Tower, Cessna November 79er187 frequency change.
So climbing out here. So now we're outside the boundaries of the airport, so we're kind of free to navigate. Coming up on 8,000 feet. So we're going to go ahead and start our turn here. We're going to be able to climb above that mountain there, no problem. So we'll just go ahead and keep climbing at about 80 knots here in a turn. So just go ahead and get that nose. Again, I'm still hand flying it here with the Xbox controller. So if you're interested, this is the Xbox version of Microsoft Flight Simulator. Again, we are redoing my complete flight that I did for my private pilot's license back in January of 1990, which was Prescott, Arizona, to Blythe, California, to Needles, California, and back to Prescott. So, alright, and since we're like right over the VOR, remember the VOR is that white building right off the nose there. Whoop, whoop. Okay, keep climbing up here to 8,500 feet to get over that. So we'll pick up our radial here soon. So right out here is the actual VOR out there. There it is, right off the wingtip. So we'll just keep climbing up here to 8,500 feet. That's our kind of our start. You can see that we've got that mountain clear. We can actually see the forced perspective. So we'll come out here and we are now heading 21200. We'll go ahead and pick up our outbound 226 radial here, so you'll see that needle here soon start to center here in just a little bit as we go to pick up that radial, that 226 radial. Again, what are we looking at? This is what we're doing right here, flying from Drake Delta Romeo Kilo by the VOR right by Prescott there on the right side of the sectional. We are then flying out to Blythe. So that is what we are doing here today. So the needle starting to center, you can see it there in the nav aid. So I'm going to start heading to 226 to pick that up. There we go. So there we go. And we are now going to go ahead and go ahead and go to altitude hold. Why is the nose pitching up like this? I'm not really sure. That was weird. Not really sure what happened, but I think we've got control of it here again. We'll go ahead and nav mode on the autopilot. We're going to go basically into a descent here because I told the autopilot to go ahead and intercept at 8,500 feet, but it pitched up a little bit, but we got control of it. We're going to go ahead and let the altimeter and the autopilot here settle. You're flying from Tokyo to Bangkok. That's cool on Infinite Flight, I would assume. Yep, this is Microsoft Flight Simulator on the Xbox Series S. And we are recreating a real flight that I did back in January of 1990. So, alright, so now we have picked up the radio. So if we come over here, we are now, use the cursor, we're on nav mode, altitude of 8,400 feet. So we could actually, whoop, that's not what I wanted to do. Sometimes here, 8,500 feet. There we go. On nav mode, on the radio, we are now heading toward Blythe. So we are looking good. So this is what it looks like right here. I can go ahead and turn off ATC. And so now we are on that 226 radio out of Drake, heading from the east side, the right side there of our sectional, heading on that southwest line, going down to Blythe, California, on that right there. So that's what we're doing. Everything is looking good. Let me go ahead and turn off that sectional, and away we go. Yeah, I had a little problem there with OBS and stuff, so I had to restart. Was basically an hour into the flight, and then noticed that my microphone in the real world wasn't working. So I had been streaming for an hour with no audio. So we're actually caught back up already to where we were. So now, one of the things that we can talk about here is we can talk about that if we look at the terrain, a lot of mountains. If you're going to put the airplane down in a certain spot, you're going to want some choices. There's that 8,000 foot mountain over there by Prescott right here at 8 o'clock that we're now passing over. So one of the things to think about is to give yourself as much time as possible flying in this type of terrain. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over here, and now we're going to go ahead and start an ascent. So we're going to go ahead and go into vertical speed mode. We're now going to set to 12,500 in a 400 feet per minute climb. So there we go. Go ahead and let the autopilot do that, and we'll now just start a climb. Now the reason why I'm doing 400 feet per minute is because we're going to get higher and higher and higher. And this is just a Cessna 172. We're already at 8,500 feet. As we get higher, the performance is going to get less and less. And so the autopilot, oh look, we got an airplane passing right over us. See it right there? You can see it's we won't, oh, there it is. There's somebody else. That's cool. You can see their strobe and stuff. Oh, that's really neat. All right. And I can't remember what I was talking about, but yeah, we're going to climb up. And the reason being is because we want as much time as possible. If we have any problems, we can go ahead and get that plane trimmed up. Go ahead and get it trimmed up for best glide, about 65 knots or so. And that way then we have as much time as possible from as high as possible to decide where we want to put it down if we have an engine problem or any other type of emergency. So we're going to go ahead and climb up. We know we've got a light south wind, but we're kind of going into a headwind a little bit here, so we're not really going to have very good performance. It's going to take us a while to get to Blythe. That's one of the reasons why I have food with me, like I had in the real world. Some coffee. In real life, I actually remember I had magazines in my Walkman with music, and I had McDonald's. I'm sure the magazines were, one of them was either Playboy or Hustler. I know the other one was Flying Magazine. So we are just climbing out here. But one of the things about climbing out is, again, we need to watch our speed. So that's why I kept it just as a nice 400 feet per minute, so I don't have to worry about any type of stall or anything like that. Now, if we want some information, we can actually go over here, and I didn't have this in the plane that I flew. I just had regular nav and comms, but we can actually go ahead and set this and to go direct to Blythe. So let's dial that up, and now dial in here Bravo Lima is. Hotel Blythe. Oops, went too far. There we go. And then enter. No, I don't want the universal one. I want ours. There we go. Enter and activate. Activate. There we go. And so now we have. Oh. Go direct. Oh, I didn't hit the right one. Let's enter. There we go. I hit the universal one. Enter. I want that one. Enter. There we go. Activate. There we go. So now we've got Blythe set in here. So now we'll have information about Blythe. So you can see that, you know, we're in this climb here. So we shall just keep climbing up. We're getting a little slow here in the climb. We're at 75 knots. So I'm going to go ahead and come down in here and dial it back to 300 now feet per minute. We're passing through 10,500 feet. So we're just continuing to lose performance as we climb up here. Let's go ahead and come back here just a little bit on the mixture. Give a little bit better performance, a little better fuel flow and all of that. So yeah, there we are, climbing out. Looking good. What did we forget to do? Well, we forgot to do a couple things. We can go turn off the landing light. So yeah, everything's looking good now. As you can see, there is just not much to see out here. I mean, it's beautiful country. The topography is beautiful, but there is just not much to look at. Hence, bring in magazines and food and music and all that kind of stuff out here with us. There are some sites, so when we fly out there, once we do a touch and go at Blythe, we'll do dead reckoning up to Needles and follow the Colorado River up, because there's actually some pretty neat things along the Colorado River. So it's also interesting that even though we're climbing out to 12,500 feet, the ground is actually sloping down as we head west. It's actually interesting because Prescott's at 5,000 feet of elevation, but Blythe and Needle are like about 500 feet. So the whole ground is sloping away. So even though we'll stay at 12,500 feet, which means we're at like right now, we're like 7,000 feet above the ground. Once we get out there, if we stay at 12,500 feet, well, we'll be at 12,000 feet above the ground because the ground's sloping away from us. So, yeah, we can go ahead and give you the co-pilot view. So yeah, you can take a look out, see all the goodness here. We're coming up on 11,000 feet. Check our speed. Speed still looks really good here in our little climb to 12,500 feet, which is getting pretty close to the service ceiling of a Cessna 172. So, climbing up. Once we get our climb done, we'll get established on cruise, get some nice fuel flow, lean it out a little bit more, get some nice fuel flow, and then we'll all be on our way to Blythe, and that way then we can chat, we can listen to some music, we can have a late breakfast. Yep, everything is looking good. Getting some turbulence out here in the high desert. Weather looked really good, so I'm not too worried about the weather. Everything is, there's no ADF or anything. We could actually see if we could dial in some AM radio, but we brought our own tune, so everything's looking good. 11,000 feet there. Transponder showing 11,000 feet. 1,200 we're just VFR here. And let's go ahead and look at the navs here. So we are 74 knots over the ground right now in this climb. We're 16.6 miles out of Drake. We've got 114 114 miles to go down here to Blythe. And that's to the VOR. The airport's actually on this side of the VOR. So, all right, we're actually in some sync here. There we go. We're getting some turbulence up here. We were actually in a sync there for a little bit. Everything's looking really good. Now, why 12,500 and 10,500, 8,000? Why don't we do 11,500? Why don't we just go ahead and do a hold right here at 11,500? Well, we are VFR, so if we're heading east, we need to do odd altitudes plus 500 feet. Since we're heading west, we need to do then even altitudes plus 500 feet. So since we're heading west, it's 8,500, 10,500, or 12,500, and I decided why not just go high? That way if something happens to our engine or something like that, we can actually then have all this time to glide to put the airplane down where we need to. That's why I've done it that way. Might be moments in the flight here, I'll be honest with you, where I might actually turn off the camera and mute the microphone and just kind of let the plane fly here. And I might need to do some stuff here in the real world, since I'm going to do the actual flight here for the 4 hours or so that it should take. So it's something that we've planned for me to do here on Saturday. And now I've gotten started late, so because I had the microphone problem in the real world. All right, so we're passing through 11,700. Everything is looking real good. I like it. So out there, I didn't want to do that. Out there, I should come inside the cockpit and do it this way. So out there is a landmark on the return that we'll go check out. I've actually landed at that airport. That town over there is called Baghdad. Yeah, just like Baghdad. Baghdad, Libya. So we'll do that on the return. There's a really neat stuff along the Colorado River Authority. There's one kind of landmark on our way here that we'll pass over and I'll talk about when we get to it. And then going up the Colorado River, there's some really neat little things that you can see there. And then there's a couple things on the way back. And so we'll go over by Baghdad and look at that kind of landmark over there on our return. So let's go ahead and make sure everything autopilot's on nav mode. We're still climbing up to 12,500. We are at 12,000 feet. Everything is looking good. Speed looks good here in our climb. Like I said, once the autopilot goes ahead and levels us off at 12,500 feet, then we'll go ahead and get the engine all leaned out and everything for cruise. So do a fast cruise. We're going into the headwind, that light south kind of headwind coming from our left. So we'll ease back off the throttle. We'll lean her out, get that fuel flow back in the green. We got plenty of fuel, probably for the whole flight. If we need to get fuel, we'll get fuel in Blythe or Needles. No worries there. So, in the real flight, I had full fuel. I didn't buy fuel on the flight, but I did do full stops at each airport, and I called flight service to get the updated weather. So we're just going to fly the flight. So weather looks good. Weather looks clear. We got thermals all in the area as the day gets hotter, so it might get a little bumpy and all of that, especially on the return. We'll be hitting the return, kind of in the early afternoon, so there'll be some heat generating. So all right, so we're coming up to 12,500 feet here. So everything autopilot should start pitching over here soon. We're already nav locked on our radio outbound of Drake. So we are already got Blythe dialed in here, so we could actually get that needle centered if we want to. So there we go ahead and do that. There goes the autopilot. So we're set at 12,500 here on the autopilot. You can see that the pressure altimeter is reading 200 above that, so we can go ahead and reset our altimeter to kind of get a pressure there. Go ahead and let the airplane accelerate here for a little bit, so we can go ahead and so that way they just equal out. So we'll come down and just set the altimeter to 12,500. All right, so now let's come back. Let's pull the power just a little bit. 2,500, still in the green arc, but just a fast cruise. Let's go ahead and lean it out a little bit. Watching for any type of RPM drop. Might actually get an increase in RPMs. Yep, we are. So we're leaning out nice. Let's go back to 2,500. There we go. We're now losing RPM, so let's give it a little bit more fuel, more mixture. And there we go. Now we've got a nice fuel flow of 10 gallons there per hour. Go ahead and lean it out just a little bit here. Alright, everything's looking good here. I like it. Alright, we'll go with that. There we go. And we are now on our way to Blythe, California. A nice cruise. Nice, beautiful day here. There is Baghdad out there. I think there's an H, though, in the real Baghdad, Libya. I'm not sure. There's Baghdad out there. Like I said, we'll be hitting that on the way back. There's a little airport over there. Actually, one of the last times I flew, when I flew with my father, we went out to Baghdad and did touch and goes out there. So, a little bit of turbulence on our flight. No real problem. Go ahead and put you in the co-pilot seat. We can just take a look around here. And yeah, we are now off to Blythe, California. It'll be real easy to know when we get out here toward Blythe, California. Reason being is because you'll start to see agriculture. You'll start to see green from the farms and stuff that are right along the Colorado River. So, because right now, as you can see, it's not much but just high desert, high mountain desert. Alright, let me just go ahead and just take a look at the panel. Fuel looks good, fuel flow looks good, amps look good, oil pressure looks good, temp looks good, exhaust temperature looks good, everything looks good. Lights, we'll go ahead and leave all the anti-smash on. Reason why we're leaving all the anti-smash lights on and stuff is because we're actually flying through a military operations area. You don't have to get clearance through here, but it's the straight shot. In real life, you get buzzed by F-15s, F-16s out of Luke Air Force Base out of Phoenix, Arizona. So that's a lot of fun, but it's basically like the whole western part of Arizona is a military operations area, so you just kind of bust through it, right? There's nothing that says you have to get clearance. So, but we're getting some turbulence here. We come over here, now that we're direct to Blythe, you can see it's going to take us, it's going to take us a little over an hour because we're only doing 78 knots over the ground because we got that headwind, so it's going to take us a while. It is going to take us a bit. You could do VFR flight following, but ATC is not going to want to do VFR flight following typically through a military operations area. They're gonna vector you around it, so there's no reason to call and request VFR flight following or anything like that. So away we go. So yeah. So there's Prescott off in the distance behind us. Baghdad in front, or no, Baghdad over there at 2 o'clock. And right off the nose, out there in the distance, is Blythe, California. And Blythe is just over the border into California. It's not like we're going really into California here really at all. So, all right. Well, I think I'm gonna, since we're all settled here, go ahead and put you in the co-pilot seat so you can take a look here off the co-pilot seat. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the webcam, I think. Turn on some music like I would in the real world. Or turn on some music and go ahead and eat a late breakfast here. So yeah, enjoy the flight, enjoy the music, and I'll talk to you in a bit. All right, here we go. right, well, everything's looking good. But had a little breakfast there. So we just fly the first leg here from Prescott over to Blythe, California. Like I said, I did this flight January 26, 1990. This was my long distance cross country. Had a little bit of turbulence there. Got some type of reservoir right here. I see this. We could bring up map, check out what that is. Can't remember. Like I said, I know that we're going to pass over an interesting landmark that we can talk about. Let me go ahead and reset the view here. So, yeah. You know, now with the technology that you've got out here with, you know, Google Earth and all that, so we can go ahead and get the iPad here and go ahead and look up and see what this actually is. Of course, you know, you could do it on the sectional. Again, for everybody who's joining us, if you're interested, this is the marked up sectional that I did. This is our route. This was my long distance cross country that I did. So from Drake, VOR, and Prescott out over here on the right side of the map, southwest down here to the lower left, down to Blythe, then north up to Needles, then back to Prescott. So that is our route right there. Of course, back in the day, didn't have all the GPS and all the glass cockpit. That's why I'm not doing the G1000 or anything like that. Kind of keeping it as real as I can for when I flew the airplane. So, but if we're looking out here, so here's Prescott as we fly out. That reservoir there, or that space, yeah, it's just it's Alamo Lake State Park. Never been there, but that's what that is right there off the nose. Alamo Lake State Park. It's got a campground, okay. A bunch of campgrounds. Oh, it has a dam. That's why it's out there. Has a little dam. It looks like it's a seasonal lake, you know, because I don't see any direct water. It's one of those lakes that is created from the wash from the rain during the year. So, oh, I'm just putting, like I would in the real airplane, you know, putting things down on the floor floor of the airplane. So it's pretty interesting because, I mean, the way that you got Microsoft Flight Sim here, you know, heading over that mountain right there. So yeah, you can see the mountain ranges. It's just fascinating. You know, you can actually just literally match on Google Earth what you're seeing. It's just, technology is it's amazing, right? Let's go and say it, right? It is amazing. Oh. Yes, I see the mountain ridge that's out there at the 11 o'clock. I see it right there. See it right here on Google Earth. Just fascinating. Yeah, the Bill Williams River is what that state park is created on. The Bill Williams, and then there's a dam that they've dammed it up to make that reservoir. But it doesn't look like it's a constant. The Bill Williams River doesn't look like it's a constant river. It looks like it probably goes underground during the summer, then the dam that fills it up during the wet season, and then here during the summer, you got yourself a reservoir. But that's a whole technique out here in the West. You got to do that. You have to do that. I mean, you got to do this kind of stuff to make the reservoirs to hold the water during the dry season. kind of keep Google Earth right here about. Put that back down there on the floor in case we want to look at again. But yeah, again, not much to really see here. I mean, it's just barren country. That's why we climbed up to 12,500 feet. And you can see the wash and stuff here, and during the monsoon seasons and stuff, and all the erosion. But there is not much to see out here. Go ahead and give a check of the panel here. Looking good. We are going to go ahead and dial in here. That looks good. We are going to go ahead. We're 50 miles out of Drake. We've already picked up Blythe, so I'm going to go ahead and switch over nav 1 to also Blythe. And then just go ahead and center the VOR for nav mode. Go ahead and click on nav mode again on the autopilot. I do a little correction here. Whoa, 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 whoa. What are you doing? Doing autopilot. Just gonna get centered. Okay. Woo! Just making sure. You never know with this autopilot. You just never know. Kind of doing a little S turn to get centered on back on the radio. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. So now we're dialed into Blythe. Now, if we go look at our sectional that we marked up, you can see that I've got Parker here at 117.9, and then I've got Needles, Echo Echo Delta at 115.2. That's not what we're going to do. What we're going to do is we're actually going to fly up the Colorado. We're going to go over here to Blythe. We're probably going to do a touch and go at Blythe, and then we're going to just fly up the Colorado River up to Needles. So dead reckon up there. There's just neat stuff to see. So we're gonna dead reckon instead of doing, you know, a bunch of navigation up there. But we can dial those in if we need them. So we could actually, because we're gonna probably want Needles at 115.2. So we can go ahead and just to give us something to do here. Now we can go ahead here and dial in 115, so 114.2, 115.2, come down here, 115. That's just in case, you know, if we're doing our dead reckoning up the Colorado River after Blythe, and then we can dial that in so we can just go direct to Needles and do a touch and go at Needles. So we just got those dialed in. Don't need them right now, but just so we have them from our sectional there, 115.2. And of course we'll need that on the outbound to get back to Drake. So but keep flying out here. So we got our music, so yep, continue to enjoy the flight. You'll probably start to see some farmlands and stuff come out here. So yeah, everything's looking good. So yeah, keep enjoying the flight, keep enjoying the tunes, and I'll be back with you in just a little bit. Gonna have a little bit more of my breakfast, my late breakfast here. So in a bit. All right, well, I'm back here in the cockpit now. One of the things that we can think about doing now is now we've got this open plains here, and you can kind of see that a lot less terrain. So the height here that we've got, the altitude we've got, not that important anymore as what it was behind us when we had all that rugged terrain and we wanted the time. So we could probably think about descending down to 10,005, 8,005, even 6,500 feet. We just don't have the terrain. Highest terrain out here is right around 5,000 feet, so we could think about doing that. But one of the things I wanted to point out to you here is now you can start to see some agriculture out here in the middle of nowhere. This originally, you can kind of see that there's actually 15 circles here, and that's actually called the 15 circles. And you might be saying, why is there how can there be agriculture out here in the middle of nowhere? You can actually see more agriculture down here, and then we can probably start to see Blythe, California and stuff, and the river, Colorado River, and all the agriculture out here. Well, the reason being is that this agriculture is because you see that line right there, right in the center of the screen. Here, I can even bring up the cursor. See that line right here? That goes right here, and you can kind of see it. Then it goes over here into over in the mountains. Right, you can see it right there, right off the nose. That line right there, that is the Central Arizona Project River Canal that taps into the Colorado River. We'll actually go right by the intake. We'll fly right over the intake so you can see it on our second leg here. But that is a water canal out here in the west that runs all the way on the other side of the mountains up there. You can actually now see Lake Havasu and the Colorado River and the Parker Dam. Parker Dam is right over here. And so they literally have built, it's about like a 7-mile tunnel through those mountains. You can see then that the canal pops out right there. It's just going underneath the nose now. And then this runs all the way to Tucson, Arizona. All for water for the west and most of Arizona. So this is interesting. Why? Because they're right by. You can see it. This ranch, they are right by this canal. So this ranch here can do some agriculture. Absolutely amazing! So there are some neat things out here in the west that is really neat, but the west side of the country, it is desolate, and one of the biggest things is water. You know, you've got these rivers out here, but you know, there's so many dams up here where they were trying to create reservoirs and all that, right? Like Parker Dam, Glen Canyon Dam, Hoover Dam, right? They dam up all these places. And it was a big deal. It was a big deal back in the 20s, 1930s, late 1800s, about putting dams, making reservoirs for water, because you had the gold rush out here in the west. You had a lot of people. So it's very interesting to come out here and see stuff like this. And of course you can see it. There it is right there. Just above the wings there, right off the nose, right there. Oh, right on the wings. You can see the canal. We're going to fly right over it. You get a little bit better view. But then, like I said, we'll fly over Parker Dam. Literally, and you can see, you'll be able to see the intake. Now there's a whole nother canal which was actually the first one. This is actually a very recent canal for Arizona. I think it was in the 70s or something like that is when it started. But the original canal was the Colorado River Project, which was the canal that took water from the same place all the way out to LA. And we'll fly, we'll actually see the pump house and the intake. And that's fascinating because they actually had to go right over mountains for that one. Not through the mountains like this one. Because see, right out over here is, yeah, so right, you can see the canal. There's the canal, and then it goes, and then it actually has to go through mountains right there to actually get to the reservoir, which is right there. And Parker Dam is right over here. We're going to fly up the Colorado River Authority, or Colorado River Valley, and dead reckon our way up there. Just follow it. No problems right there. There's no real restrictions. There's some eagle nesting places, but we're not even going to get close to those on our flight. So they actually made a tunnel through for this canal. But the other canal they actually had to go over these mountains to go to LA right here. And so when we fly up over here, right over here, you'll actually see the pump station where they pump the water up into 2 reservoirs to get it then to flow. This is all natural flow. It's absolutely amazing, just using gravity. So, well, looking good. We're looking good here. According to, if we're going direct, we still got 40 minutes to get to Blythe VOR, but Blythe Airport is actually on the nearest side of the VOR, so no worries there. Like I said, we got this headwind. So what we can do now is, now that we've got terrain at 5,000 feet, we can go ahead and drop down to 6,500 feet. So let's go ahead and come over here to our autopilot. Let's go ahead and tell the autopilot, let's go ahead and select 6,500 feet. We'll speed up a little bit, so we're going to go ahead and... Uh-oh. There we go. Uh-oh. What's happening? I think I dialed in too hard. I think I pressed that too many times. What's our... Okay, here we go. There we go. We'll go down at 500 feet per minute. Now we need to, since we're in a descent, we need to come over here and pull the throttle. There we go. Pull the throttle. Speed up. Send down 500 feet per minute here. Everything's looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and dial in a little bit more throttle. There we go. So 500 feet per minute. Dropping down to 6,500 feet per minute. Remember, we're going to have to watch also our mixture, because we are now going down, so we're going to need to add some mixture. We can go ahead and add it in, you know, now it's not as efficient, but we can just add in. There we go. And away we go. So there's the canal now. We're getting closer to passing over it. That's fascinating. That's one of the fascinating things about Microsoft Flight Sim, is that you can actually see. And so now you can see why the 15 circles are out here, because they just tap right into the water for irrigation. Maybe that's owned by the Jalapeno Ranch. I don't know. We can come inside and take a look. But yeah, you can kind of see now off the nose down here. And that building right there, where the canal, see that stop right there? What there is they build the canal. That's a low point. And now what they'll do is they'll have a pump station that they'll pump it up to a higher elevation. And that way gravity, it naturally flows down to the next pump station. Who knows how many pump stations? Maybe 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 pump stations. Just fascinating though, these big works, these big civil works like this. Fascinating. So yeah, that's the Central Arizona water canal. You got all these people out west where there's just no damn water. You can go on YouTube and stuff and you can watch all these videos about, you know, the problems with all these dams and the water and how much water they've got, and, you know, like Lake Mead and Lake Powell and all that, just how much water is just, it's just disappearing. Alright, we're still in our 500 foot per minute descent, going down to 6,500 feet. Since we've got terrain at 5,000 feet, 6,500 is no problem. You can see that we've got plenty of places here, all this washes and stuff here to set down if we have an engine problem. We're not too worried about it. Start to see the agriculture out there. Again, you look out the nose and we kind of zoom in here. Now you can start to see there, that's the Colorado River Valley out here. Colorado River right there. And so now you can see that it's green because of all the agriculture and tapping into the water for irrigation and all that. And out over there off the nose, way kind of right where the cursor dot is, That's Blythe Airport out there, way out there. So this is one of the things I really enjoy about Microsoft Flight Sim and what they've done here now is that you can just see all this stuff. You're literally flying in Google Earth. That's amazing. Little connection problem there. It'll come back. It'll probably didn't say here, but it's okay. We're kind of out here by ourselves. If there's any type of traffic, it's going to be probably way up here. It seems like the majority of flight simmers play commercial aircraft. Not everybody, but the majority of them seem to stream and fly, you know, military and the jets or the airliners and all that. And I really like flying, you know, the general aviation stuff. It just kind of is reminiscent. So, see, told you it'll come back. There's a little town down here, Boise, something like that. So there's a little town down here. Probably two things in this little town: railroad, probably, and also then people live here who work at the pump station. Walk over to that pump station right back over there. Fascinating stuff. Just absolutely fascinating. All right, let's go ahead and get back in the cockpit. Go ahead and see how we're doing for our descent. We're passing through 9,500 on our way to 6,500. Go ahead and zero the bug. There we go. Align the bug there for heading. Everything is looking still good. And this fast descent here now will give us a little bit more oomph. Now we're doing 100 knots. Woohoo! As we drop down. I don't think there's anything really off the nose out here in this river, the basin here. We'll go check Google Earth here to see. No, probably military stuff or something. I mean, there's some type of, looks like where they're getting dirt for cement out here in this riverbed, this dry area, this dry riverbed area. Yeah, there's nothing off the nose right now. There is nothing off the nose. Alright, still on our 500 feet per minute descent. Everything looking good. Coming up on 8,500 feet, going to 6,500 feet. Then when we do our touch and go at Blythe, and then we'll dead reckon up the Colorado River Valley. I'll still be an autopilot, so I'll use autopilot looking at the sectional. So if I go and I look at the sectional here on my iPad, again going up the river valley, 4,500 feet is maximum is terrain. 4,000. So, but we're going to be heading now east. So we'll do, maybe we can be below terrain. Cause we'll have no terrain pretty much on the right, and then we'll have high terrain on the left. So we can just kind of go up. But I don't see any type of. There's a little airport at 500 feet. So if we're at 3,500 feet, that's good. Going on up, we can see the intake. There's some natural wildlife refuge, but we'll stay away from those. We can see the intake for that canal. We'll see the intake for the other canal that goes to LA. See Parker Dam. Go see Lake Havasu. At 3,500 feet, we're still above these other little airports, and then we'll come up the Needles, do a touch and go, and then head back east to Prescott. So yeah. Right. Coming up on 7,500 feet, going down to 6,500 feet. Again, pretty desolate right out here. We have plenty of places to put down the airplane straight ahead if we needed to, so not worried about having all of that height. Also, this gives us a little bit better ground speed. Now we got a little over 100 knot ground speed. You can kind of see there's some either clouds or thermals or stuff out there. I'm not really sure how Microsoft Flight Simulator actually models thermals or anything like that, but maybe that's what those are. Maybe it's just clouds. But I do have live weather, live traffic, and live players on. So there are other players here in Microsoft Flight Simulator in the skies with us here. So I've just turned off the name tags and all that kind of stuff. So we've actually got to see the airplane if we want to. So, but I doubt that there's a lot of people flying out here. So you can see that there's something right here. That right there looks like it's some type of cement factory or something like that. So there's just nothing out here. But again, beautiful terrain. Just beautiful terrain. Probably buy a bunch of property out here pretty cheap too. But again, living out here, it's just desolate living. I mean, my brother and I, we talked about getting property out in deep West Texas where it's like this, where there's just nothing. You can get like 600 acres for like $50,000, but you'd use it seasonal to maybe go bighorn sheep or something like that type of hunting or something like that. But there's just no water. It's just hard living out there, and no thanks. I kind of like the easy button. The easy button. Everything's looking good. Plane looks good. Live stream looks good. And we're coming up on 6,500 feet here. We're coming up on 6,500. We'll need to go ahead and reset the throttle and all that once the plane levels off at 6,500 on the autopilot. Everything's looking real good still. I'm going to go ahead and switch nav 2 over. The needles. We can go ahead and see what radio we're on. So this is direct. So 330 is direct to needles. Alright, we are now, everything is looking pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and reset the mixture. Alright, we're already losing a little RPM, so I'm going to go ahead and give mixture. There we go. And now when we come in for landing here, we'll just go full mixture and all that. After our next descent into Blythe, we'll just go full rich, because we're basically going down to sea level. Blythe is like 500 feet, so we're just gonna go full rich once we get down there. But now we're set. So let's go ahead and go over here and give you a view here, and yeah, I'll let you take a look here. This is the Colorado River Valley, and coming up on off the nose there, off the right of the or left of the screen is Blythe, and there's some other towns here along the Colorado River Valley. So you see Arizona here in the foreground. You see California. I'm going to turn the music back on here, and I'll see you when we get closer to Blythe. So enjoy the flight. Alright, I am back here in the cockpit, and we are crossing over the Colorado River. You can see Blythe is right off the nose now. We have the autopilot descending us down to 2,500. Blythe is at roughly 500 feet. I think it's 400 feet, but there's the Colorado River. Just passed over that Quail Mesa. I think that's on Indian land. A lot of this is Indian land over here in Arizona. That's why you can kind of see the agriculture stops. It's all on the California side. So we could actually take a look at that and see if that's actually, we're at 4,000, just past 4,000, descending down to 2,500. So not really sure where that Quail Mesa is in the real world. Looking here at Google Earth. Blythe here. It should be somewhere like right around, oh here, maybe it's right around here somewhere. Yeah, I think it's right around in here. It's nothing that's really pronounced on Google Earth, if it's even around anymore. But I'm pretty sure that Quail Mesa that we passed over, that's Indian land. But now you can see we're 12 miles out from Blythe. It's an uncontrolled airport. So let's go ahead and bring up ATC here and nearest airport, and we can dial into Blythe and go ahead and get that automatic weather.
Kilo Bravo Lima Hotel Automated Weather Observation 1600 Zulu.
Okay,
Wind,
nice.
calm. Visibility 10. Sky condition
Nice.
clear. Temperature 22C dew point 10C altimeter
And
2
standard
niner
temperature,
niner
so
Kilo
we go.
Bravo Lima Hotel Automated Weather Observation 1600
alright, let's go ahead and turn the traffic.
Wind calm. Visibility 10. Sky condition clear. Temperature 22C
Alright,
dew
turn
point
the traffic.
10.
Oh, I forgot to get weather. I forgot to, wind's calm.
Kilo Bravo Lima Hotel Automated Weather Observation 1600.
Well, what do we want to do here? We can kind of almost do a straight in. I mean, right now we're at a heading of, so we could go almost straight in at runway 26. Yeah, might as well still almost do a straight in, runway 26, wind's calm. So let's go ahead and announce runway 26. And we're going to do that. Let's go ahead and just tell them where we're at.
Kilo Bravo Lima Hotel traffic Cessna November 79er miles northeast 2,600 feet inbound touch and go left traffic runway 26.
So we'll come up here. We'll just kind of we can just do a straight in. So I'm going to go ahead and go into heading mode on the autopilot. And so landing runway 26. So go ahead and make a turn here. And just fly down here. We'll just go ahead and intercept with a long final in runway 26. We're descending down we're at 2,500. Let's go ahead and take a look. Everything's looking good. We are going to go ahead and go full rich. Just get set up for landing here. Alright, let's go ahead and continue our descent here, but we're going to go ahead and take control of the airplane. So autopilot comes off. So we are now flying the airplane. Going to come back on the throttle. We can use the heading bug if you want, so we can actually set in 260 on the heading bug. That way we just know There's the airport out there. Airport's at like 500 feet, 400, something like that. I think it might be right at 400 feet. So, but we're not going to do a pattern. We're just going to go straight in final. Do a long final here. We'll get pattern altitude here, coming up on 2,000 or 1,800. 260 is a runway 26. So let's go ahead and announce position again.
Kilo Bravo Lima Hotel traffic Cessna November 79er 1875 miles east, 1,700 feet inbound touch and go left traffic runway 26.
There we go. All right, coming up on 1,400 feet. We'll just do a traffic pattern altitude now, and we'll go ahead and turn final. So we'll just go ahead and announce a long final here.
Kilo Bravo Lima Hotel traffic Cessna November 79er 187 is on final runway 26 touch and go left traffic.
Remember what we're planning on doing here with the touch and go. We're going to do a touch and go here at Blythe. There's the runway right there, coming just over the compass. We're going to do a touch and go here on runway 26. And once we do a touch and go, then we're just going to kind of just do traffic, left traffic, depart, and we're just going to head out then and pick up the river and head north up the river. Actually kind of northeast, so remember we're going to be at odd altitudes plus 500 feet now, since we're going to be heading east. There we are. Let's go ahead and announce again.
Kilo Bravo Lima Hotel traffic Cessna November 79er 187 is on final runway 26 touch and go left traffic.
Now, one thing that's I've always liked about flying Cessnas and general aviation and stuff like that was, so many people, they fly like this real shallow, very shallow approach. There's really no reason, so we're going to actually kind of hold the altitude, slow down here a little bit. We can go actually dial in some flaps. So there's one notch of flaps. Well, we can do a completely power off approach. There's just no reason to do some, especially with a uncontrolled airport and all this. There's just no real reason. So I'm going to come back on the power. I've got the airport made. I'm really high, but I'm not flying any type of a standard approach here or anything like that. So now we'll just go ahead and pitch for airspeed. Like I said, power off. 60 knot approach. That's all good. You can do 65. Be a little faster if you want, but like I said, now we're just completely off. We're just pitching for speed. We need a little bit of power. We can add it if we're coming in. We can just add a little bit of power here. Go. All right, runway's made. Come back to idle. Start our flare. Here we go. Touchdown. Flaps come up. Full power. All right, full power. Flaps are up. 60 knots. Rotate. There we go. Nice touch and to go. Woohoo! All right. And what we're going to do, we're not going to make left traffic. We're going to do right traffic. We'll just climb out here. Pitch up. Now we're down low, so we got real good performance here, so we can actually, You can see that how we're climbing out at 100 knots at 1,000 feet per minute. Because remember, we're not up at elevation anymore. So. All right, so we're just gonna go ahead now and just climb out here. So 26, so 350. Just kind of make a crosswind leg here. Didn't sound like anybody was really in traffic with us. But we could announce that.
Kilo Bravo Lima Hotel traffic Cessna November 7 Niner 187 is on crosswind runway 26.
And now we want to head back toward the river, so let's go ahead and keep climbing up here. 80 knots climb, looking good. We're basically climbing up and out of the traffic pattern because we're above 2,000 feet, so we're really no longer in the traffic pattern here. So we'll go ahead and announce our position one more time.
Kilo Bravo Lima Hotel traffic Cessna November 7 Niner 1872 miles northwest 2,000 feet inbound touch and go left traffic runway 26.
We are not doing that. We are leaving this airspace, so we are going to head this way here. We're going to climb up to 2,000 or 3,500 because we're heading east now. So we're going to continue to climb up to 3,500. We'll go ahead and then do get the autopilot on, do altitude hold, heading hold. So we'll go ahead and get the heading bug here. Now we'll just kind of climb out. Like I said, we're gonna kind of climb out here, 3,000, going to 3,500. We're at 2,500. Go to 3,500 and then head north. Head our way up toward the Colorado River. So go upstream, go up by Parker Dam. See those canal intakes. The Parker Dam, Lake Havasu, up in the Needles, then flying back home. We'll go ahead and announce our position just for traffic.
Kilo Bravo Lima Hotel traffic Cessna November 7 Niner 1872 miles northeast 2,900 feet.
We're not inbound, but I don't see that there's a choice for me to say I'm departing, so we'll just continue to announce our position. All right, 3,100 going for 3,500. Keep flying this heading at 080. You can see the Colorado River out there. All right, here we go. Coming up on 3,500. All right, 3,500. There we go. So we are now set. 3,500 on the autopilot. We'll just do an altitude lock. So there we go. So 3,500 on the old altitude lock. Nice. Heading is set. We're bugged out. Got really nice performance now since we're down low here. We need to come back to throttle now, so we're pushing the engine a little tough here. Don't need to do anything with the mixture right now. We're just pretty low at 3,500, so we'll stay at 2,500 RPMs. There we go. Now there's the Colorado River. And what we're going to do is we're actually just going to fly it in dead reckoning, but we can go ahead and use the autopilot and the heading bug, so we can just, no problems there. So we'll go ahead and start a turn here to the northeast. Just maintain 3,500 since we're heading on the eastern direction there. Here we go. And we can go ahead and just go about 010 on the old heading. That way we can stay at 3,500. Eventually we'll need to we'll need to bump up to 4,500 because we'll actually be heading west again as we go up to Lake Havasu. So we'll just cut across the mountain here. Just follow the river up. If we go take a look at the section, I'll go ahead and get rid of ATC. We don't need that anymore. It's all uncontrolled airspace out here, so we don't really need that. But if we look at our sectional again, we have left Bravo Lima Hotel, and now we are not following the pink line. That was our plan. We are actually heading now northeast and following the Colorado River up. So we're dead reckoning now. We're not doing any type of nav aids or using the VOR or anything like that. We are just going to just fly on up here. We're looking good again. We can go ahead while we're just looking at the sights and looking at the mountains and the river here. I guess we can turn the tunes back on. I'll be back with you here in just a bit. Alright, I'm back here in the cockpit. Yeah, we passed over that little IKEA Quinn back there, that little airport back behind us there. Looked it up while we passed over, and it's a public runway, but it looks like it's no longer maintained. It's on Indian land. And now we got this Avia Sequoia airport coming up over here. We're going to go ahead and cross over. And so that way we're not over anything. And yeah, everything's looking good. There's a town coming up here. This is the town of Parker. And then we'll start flying up toward the canyon where Parker Dam is at. And then we'll be able to see the reservoir behind Parker Dam itself. We'll be able to the east of Parker Dam will be the intake to the canal that we've already talked about, the Central Arizona Canal. And then we'll also see the pump station and stuff for the Colorado River canal that takes water up over the mountains that are actually right off the nose here. It actually goes through the mountains, but it goes up into reservoirs, and then they actually have a tunnel system that starts the canal. So that's pretty fascinating that they just went right through the damn mountain for all this stuff. And so we'll see the pump house that actually takes the water up to the first reservoir. But just fascinating big civil works that you can see from the air when you're flying. And since we're flying Microsoft Flight Simulator and they've basically modeled the whole world, you can then see the fascinating stuff like this. So, but yep, we are just, everything's looking good. Engine's looking good. Fuel flow's looking. We're obviously fast and got throttle really kind of going here. And so we're burning some fuel. We're coming up really, it looks like about half tanks here. But we're coming up on Parker here. We're going to make a turn here a little bit and follow the river because we're just dead reckoning now. As you saw, I went ahead and put a direct into Needles into there just so we get some information about ground speed and all that kind of stuff. But we can go ahead and redo that once we get over Parker Dam, because then we can actually kind of go straight to Needles, and we're going to do the same thing at Needles. Is we're going to go ahead and do a touch and go. And then after that, we'll need to climb out. We'll need to climb pretty high on the way back to Prescott, because we've got then some big mountains that we've got to cross over as we head. So we're going to just take the heading bug here and go ahead and start a little bit of a right turn here. There's the town of Parker. There's the Colorado River as we just goes right up river here at 3,500 feet. Everything's looking good. But yeah, according to the sectional here, as we leave Needles and then we head east, we'll need to go above 8,000, or we'll need to do like 9,500 feet because the terrain is at 8,000 feet. And heading east, we need to be at odds plus 500 feet, so the closest is 9,500 feet. So once we leave Needles, we'll need to climb up to 9,500 feet. Got a little bit of a cloud right here, looks like forming right in front of us. So we're VFR, but we can see right through it, so I'm not concerned about it. Not need to go around it or anything like that. Still got plenty of visibility, so we're not worried about that. So yeah, I have now switched drinks. Switch drinks from the coffee and stuff like that on our flight out here. Well, let's go ahead and go in the passenger seat here. So there's there's the little town of Parker. There is that Avia Sequoia airport. And again, I am on the Xbox Series S here. So if you join and you're just interested, it's been fascinating to me, the performance here on the Xbox Series S. I will probably, since supply chain is much better now in the world, I will probably get myself an Xbox Series X toward the end of the year. And the reason being is for some of the larger games that are also coming out, like Starfield and the Harry Potter and so on. So the main reason actually I now don't like the Xbox Series S, or the one thing that it's just kind of a negative about it, is that it just doesn't have the hard drive space. So I have an external hard drive, so I've got to move games back and forth. So if I want to download them and just have them, I can download them and have them, but then I need to move them over to the internal hard drive when I want to play them. So a lot of this that we're going to do, the part of the flight here now. Probably what I'm going to do is do a little bit more outside the cockpit. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead maybe just a few degrees here to the right. We can kind of go right up the Colorado River. So I'm going to do a lot of the sightseeing here from outside the cockpit, just so we can kind of point out things, because now most of the things are really kind of big. So you see the Gene Wash Reservoir. That actually is the first reservoir where they pump water from the Colorado River up to the Gene Wash Reservoir, and then there's another pump station that actually pumps it from the Gene Wash Reservoir up to the Copper Basin Reservoir, and then gravity goes, and they have a tunnel system that goes through this damn mountain all the way out over there is where the canal comes back out on its way to LA. I mean, right? Absolutely amazing! That they, you know, these huge civil works back in the day. So. Well, there, that is the Copper Basin Reservoir right above the wings there. And then we can't actually see yet the Gene Wash. The Gene Wash Reservoir, for all of the infrastructure of the pump stations between these two reservoirs and the ones that's down on the lake, all of that, they've actually got their own airport. That's why it's labeled right there, Gene Wash Reservoir. It's not actually labeled for the reservoir. It's labeled that that's the name of the airport for the reservoir. It's private. It's not public. It's a private airport for all of the infrastructure of all of the maintenance for the the Colorado River Canal project. So. But you can start to see now the topography and the canyon as to why they built the dam here in this part, because this is where they had the small canyon, where the Colorado River cut through this narrow canyon, where it made sense to then make a Parker Dam. Parker Dam is actually the deepest dam in the world. It actually has to go like, I don't know what it is. It's something like 300 feet, several hundred feet below the reservoir level, between the riverbed level, because they had to go so far down before they got to bedrock. So it's actually, I think, the deepest, what do you want to call it, dam in the world. So, but now you can start to see the Copper Basin Reservoir there, and now you can, over the mountains, you can start to see now out here, we can actually go into the cockpit and take a look. And so we zoom in, now you can see there's the Gene Wash Reservoir, there's the Copper Basin Reservoir, and you can see a little bit of the airport little strip that's over there that they've got in there for all of the infrastructure, for all the workers and stuff who maintain all the pumps and everything for that, for the canal. Right off the nose, I think, is Parker Dam. We might need to make a little turn here, so I'm going to go ahead and have the heading bug go ahead and turn us a little bit more to the east. So there we go. That way then we can make sure we have a nice view of Parker Dam, which I believe is probably, yeah, there it is right there, Parker Dam. It's probably not going to be modeled really good, you know, but that is Parker Dam. And then what we'll do is we'll have the intake for the Arizona Canal will be on the right side. So we're going to kind of go have the dam on the left and the intake on the right. That's what we're basically going to do. I'll point those out once we fly. This is why I actually, the flying is the fun part also. Don't get me wrong. It's really fun to fly around and do the airplane stuff and all that. But what's really neat, though, is to actually, you know, is to sightsee, right? So. I'll just come over here, take a look at go ahead and just reset. Okay, let's go ahead now and turn not quite fully to the north, because we need also to start a climb then. Go ahead and see here. Where is the dam? Right below us? Nope, that is the dam. So they didn't really model it. You can see the dam now. Right off there. There's the dam. That's Parker Dam. So it's the deepest dam. It's not very high above the water, but it is very, very deep because of getting down to bedrock. And then over here, you'll be able to see it's coming in view just in a bit right here. Right there. So right here, where I've got the cursor here pointing. That right there, that's the intake to the canal system that goes all the way to Tucson that we've already passed over on our flight. That's what that is right there. Alright, so now what we're going to do is go ahead and now we're going to head up here. There we go. We'll go ahead and dial that in right there. We will come down over here and go into VS mode. Altitude select 4,500. We'll just start a nice climb up. Nothing heavy, because now we're heading west, so we need to go up to evens plus 500 feet. But now we can see this, and so now you can see the Gene Wash Reservoir over there. And right here, look at this. See that right there? That is the pump station. Those are big, huge pipes that are actually pumping water from the Colorado River up here to Gene Wash. And then all that infrastructure there, then there's a whole nother pump station over here that pumps it up to Copper Basin. And then it goes through the mountains and it flows all the way to LA out that way. Absolutely amazing. But we'll just do a nice climb here. I'm not really about resetting the throttles or anything like that. Just a nice easy climb as we go up the Colorado River here. But now since we're heading west, we have an element that's heading west. We need to go ahead and climb to even altitude plus 500 feet. So we'll just go ahead and climb up here. But yeah, that is just fascinating that pump. So you can see it that goes up to the Gene Wash Reservoir, up to Copper Basin, and then that's where basically its gravity starts its gravity feed. Once it gets too low, pumps back up to a higher elevation, another flow all the way to California, all the way to LA. San Diego now taps into that, parts of northern Mexico, like Tijuana and stuff. They tap into that water. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. So this is the flight that I did. This is the flight that I did back in 1990. So, yep. I basically did straight out, use the autopilot. That's what we've been doing here. Straight autopilot right to Blythe. Went to Blythe. And then I dead reckoned here using up the Colorado just so I could see more. It was just a little more fun. As we work our way now up to Needles, straight off the nose here is Lake Havasu. And so we'll go up to check out Lake Havasu. We'll do a touch and go at Needles. And then we've already got Needles VOR programmed in, which is 115.2. We can now come over here in nav 2 and redial in Drake, which is home basically at 114.1. So there we go. Switch in on over. We can actually pick up Drake already. Wow, that's impressive. And Drake is going to be, to get home, is a 077 radial. So we can go ahead and dial in 077 there. And there we go. So now we're basically ready to head home. Once we come up here and we just keep taking a look at the Colorado River as we just fly right up the Colorado River. Real easy. All kinds of recreational places along here. Just, it's absolutely amazing because, like I said, you can actually go ahead and bring up Google Earth and just a one-to-one look as to what we're seeing here. So yeah, back over there is some type of little place that's got a little, like, 9-hole or something golf course back over there. We just passed it back over there. Like some type of little resort. Something like that. Let's see what else we've got coming up here. Got a bunch of washes coming up. There's a wash. Then we're coming up to Havasu Palms. Some type of, like RV resort thing. Oh my God, it looks so funny. Especially since it's on the California side, so who knows? It's all weird. It's coming up right here, right there. A big resort on that peninsula there. It looks like people have put like manufactured homes or trailers and all kinds of stuff right there. You can see there's this huge wash that comes down, flows into the Colorado during the rainy season. And then we're coming up, and right there, that is Lake Havasu City, right off the nose there. So interesting. Now there is something interesting here in Lake Havasu City also, which is right off the nose. There's a bridge right here, and it was actually there's a bridge right here, and it's the London Bridge. It was literally a bridge in London, and they actually dismantled it brick by brick basically, and then they rebuilt it brick by brick over here in Arizona. So I'm going to go ahead and tell the heading bug here to go ahead, and we're back at 4,500 feet, so that's good. Since we've got a western component of our, go ahead and do that way we can pass over the London Bridge here in Lake Havasu City. That's good. Yeah. Lake Havasu City. Don't know if they've actually modeled the bridge, but it's right there. You can see where the road comes right here, and then right down there is London Bridge, Lake Havasu, Arizona. So interesting. Lake Havasu City Airport out there. The big airport, because this is a big, like spring break town. There you go. Now you can see London Bridge. Right there. So you can Google that if you want to. Take a look at London Bridge in Lake Havasu, Arizona. Some type of like old airstrip right there. Interesting. This is why I like flight sim, because I like doing the flights, and then you can sightsee, you can see things. So all right. So we'll just continue to fly up the stream here, or the river, and up to Needles. Needles not too far, it's just actually coming up right here. Just over the mountain. remember this VOR right here. We've already got that turned into needles, so we just bring this back, and so we need to head, so what, roughly 325? That'll take us right to the needle, so we can go 325. There we go. And we come over here, and if we wanted to, we can go, let's see, we already got it in direct. Then we go enter. No, we need to activate it. There we go. And now enter, enter, enter. Now a new direct. So we're only 15 miles out. So now we'll just come up here. Its needles is right there. That's needles right there. Yeah, everything's looking good. We just fly right up the Colorado River. Don't really need any nav aids or anything like that. Just the chart and natural landmarks. Pretty easy. Follow the river. Down, up. We can go ahead and bring up ATC. Let's go ahead and go back. And we need needles, so 3. And let's go ahead and get needles weather.
Kilo Echo Echo Delta automated weather observation 1600 Zulu. Wind 04907. Visibility 10. Sky condition clear.
2992.
23 C dew point 10 C altitude.
All good.
2992.
All right.
Kilo Echo Echo Delta automated.
All right, so wind's 050. And so we could do runway 2. So let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and pick runway 2. And we're still pretty far out. We're like still, what, 10 miles, 11 miles out. So we got plenty of fuel. Still got a little over half tanks of fuel. So we can go ahead and announce a touch and go.
Kilo Echo Echo Delta, traffic Cessna November 79er18716 miles southeast, 4,500 feet inbound touch and go right traffic runway 2.
Well, there we go. There's needles. You can see it now. So we'll just keep flying up here. Then we can basically just make we could fly over the airport, or we could just go ahead and do a straight in again. Probably just do a straight in again. So we'll come up here. We got a little bit of elevation there, as you can see. We got some mountains here to our left. So we'll just keep flying the way that we are, and then we'll make a left turn here. So 020. So we'll go ahead and just make a left turn to like 07 or excuse me, we'll make it like to about 310. So, or 290, excuse me, 290. We'll basically just make almost like a left, make it like a right base, and then just go ahead and turn right to final. Needles is at, like, again, it's at about 500 feet. So once we get up here, and we can start thinking about dropping down into traffic pattern altitude. Like I said, once we clear these mountains over here, so just kind of get this, keep going straight here, and then just descend down into the valley. Like I said, still 12 miles out, so we're good. No worries there. And then again, we're going to climb up to, as we're heading east now, and they got terrain at 8,000 feet. And we're heading east, so we need to do odds plus 500. So we will then climb out to 9,500 to get back to Prescott. Don't see any problems. Everything's looking good. Look down there. Amps look good. Vacuum looks good. Oil pressure, oil temp, exhaust temp, fuel. Everything's looking real good. So this is interesting. This right here is, what is this, I-40? Yeah, I-40. Right here. Up there, up in that area, above at 2 o'clock, that's Oatman, Arizona. Aunt Cindy and I were just out there in December. We did a Route 66 trip all the way across the country. We've been across this bridge right here. We've been up that road and out over there. We've been right here through Needles. We just did this on the ground last December. So yeah, up in those mountains, an old gold mine town, and a still operational gold mine called Oatman, Arizona. They're famous for the mules or the donkeys that come into town. So, but yeah, this is Needles, California. Actually, I think it's Needles, Arizona, but no, it's Needles, California. Well, I don't know. I don't know what it's called on the side. I think it's Needles, California, but I'm not sure what it's on the other side. Don't really know. Alright, so let's go into the cockpit here. Let's drop down. Go into VS mode. Select the altimeter. Let's go. We got to go down. Let's go down traffic pattern altitude. Let's go 500 feet per minute. We're landing at 020. So that's, again, 290 will be basically like a big left base. Let's go ahead and have it turned there. Come off the throttle a little bit. Oh, what happened here? What happened to my heading bug here? There we go. What are we doing? Landing runway 2, right? Yeah. Yeah, looks like we'll just go and fly over the airport. Then so we'll just turn to the west here, fly over the airport. So we'll make left traffic for runway 2. Go ahead and bring up ATC and traffic so we can go ahead and announce our position.
Kilo Echo Echo Delta traffic Cessna November 79er 1876 miles east 3,900 feet inbound touch and go right traffic runway 2.
Come off the power more. Go ahead and let's go 1,000 feet per minute. Definitely got the airport in sight. You can see the runway I'm going to be landing on. I'm going to be landing from the left to the right. So I've already got that. Again, touch and go. No problems here. No problems whatsoever. Like I said, we'll fly over the runway. Go ahead and as we descend down here, We're not going to go traffic pattern altitude. We got to set the altimeter right here. We'll set it for 2,000 feet. So we'll fly over the runway 500 feet above traffic pattern altitude, and then we'll descend down into traffic, left traffic, downwind for runway 2. Go ahead and let everybody know what we're doing here.
Kilo Echo Echo Delta, traffic Cessna November 79er 1873 miles east, 2,600 feet inbound touch and go right traffic runway 2.
Alright, I think the autopilot already hit the our 2,000, so autopilot's coming off. We'll just fly it now. Alright, so again, we'll just kind of circle the land here. It's really almost kind of what we're doing. Go ahead and announce our position. We're pretty much overhead.
Kilo Echo Echo Delta, traffic Cessna November 79er 1871 miles east, 2,400 feet inbound touch and go right traffic runway 2.
There we go. There's needles for you. Runway 2. Got it. Alright, go ahead and start a downwind here. I'll just announce final. I don't hear anybody else in the traffic, so we're in the pattern. Alright, speed check. In the white arc, first notch of flaps. Second notch of flaps. Go ahead and announce. We'll go ahead and just announce turn to final.
Kilo Echo Echo Delta, traffic Cessna November 79er 187 is on final runway 2 touch and go right traffic.
Go. Full flaps, airport made. A little fast, but we're just doing a touch and go, so no worries here. Lead off some speed. Lead off some speed. Woo! Woohoo, yeah. Flaps up. Full power. Flaps up. 60 knots, rotate. Up we go, there we go. Ha ha! Woo, that was fun. That was that was good. Alright, we'll just climb out here. Go ahead and announce our position for anybody else that's coming in.
Kilo Echo Echo Delta, traffic Cessna November 79er 187
Climb out 80 knots.
miles northeast, 1,100 feet inbound touch and go right traffic runway 2.
Whoop. And go ahead and climb out. We're going to start our turn now to the east. And head home. I'm just flying it on the controller. There we are. Bye-bye, needles. So that completed the second leg of our flight. Let's just go ahead and tell them that we're now where we're at, in case anybody's inbound.
Kilo Echo Echo Delta traffic Cessna November 79er 1873 miles northeast 2,000 feet inbound touch and go right traffic runway 2.
All right, passing through 2,500. We need to re-zero our, go ahead, get rid of ATC, don't need to worry about that. We're just going to go ahead and depart here to the east. We're already well above traffic pattern altitude, climbing out. All right, here. So out over here is the, we need to reset our VOR here to 077. Where is, boy, it's really hard to see here. 677. Yeah, I know I'm in a turn because I just, welcome to flight simming. Woo, there we go. All right, back on the controls. The only problem is that you gotta do that, but you gotta get hands off the stick here. So there we go. Needle's coming alive. So turn now 077. Keep climbing up now. Get back on target. All right, let's go ahead and get this now. We're heading due east. We're heading 090. We're basically really almost about flying over the VOR, the Needles VOR. So how are we doing here? Climbing up. What's our altitude? 3,000 feet. We'll head out we'll just kind of head this way, I'll say. And then what we'll do is we'll go and get the autopilot set up, and that way we can get everything squared away. So I'm going to go ahead and say that we're pretty close to on the radial. So I'm just going to go ahead now and kind of head. We need to head 077. You can see the big mountains out there in the distance. That's why we got to climb all the way up to 8,500 feet. So. All right, coming up on 3,500. That's where we can stop. 3,500. Kind of get set up then. So we can go ahead and have it lock at 3,500. Go ahead and do a heading lock. So there we go. The autopilot now is locked at 3,500. We're now on the heading bug. So now we can work on getting this set up here. So this is why we're way off here. So we need to, for 077. That's looking good. We can actually pick up the Drake already. So that's already good. So we can actually go ahead and just pick up Drake on nav 2. So we're on heading mode, so let's go ahead and set that all up. Go ahead and switch over here to Drake. So Drake is 114. 1. Switch it over. There's Drake. Go ahead and center the bug. There we go. And now go ahead and tell autopilot, nav us please. There we go. Now it'll do a little S-turn-ish kind of thing as it decides to intercept the radial. We'll just go ahead and let it do its thing here. And now what we can do is we were going to go to 9,500. So VS mode, altitude select 9,500. And we'll go ahead and then do and start a 500 foot per minute climb, knowing that we're probably going to have to step that down as we get higher and higher. We got to trim out. We got a lot of stuff we got to do. So there we go. So that's one of the interesting things is over here. So let's go back onto heading mode. And let's go ahead and make a turn here to part of our sightseeing as we return home. So this is actually, it'll say Ford Motor Company, but actually it's no longer Ford Motor Company. It's actually owned by Chrysler now. But there's this cool test track out here. So we'll climb out. We'll go fly over this test track. It's pretty neat. And then we'll pick up the radial to Drake. And then there's one more really kind of interesting thing on the way back that we can fly over that Baghdad, Arizona. And then go back for a full stop at Prescott, Arizona. Everything's looking good as we just do our climb here. Again, we got to go over those mountains, and those mountains are at 8,000 feet. So that's why we're going to 9,500 feet. Once you get about 5,000 feet, we can start about pulling back on the mixture and getting a little, leaning it out. Get a little bit of more RPMs. You can see it's an interesting flight. It was back in the day. It was a lot of fun to come out here and do this, and see this stuff, and see these civil works projects, and see the river and all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, pretty cool. We'll come over here. Let's see, this proving ground, this test track area. It was actually built by Ford. But then it was sold, I think, in 2000 something. I don't know. It was sold to Chrysler. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I'm gonna have to think about getting into my logbook and looking at some of the other flights I've done and then recreate them in Microsoft Flight Sim, or even recreating some of the flights that Dad did, that I wasn't a pilot at the time, but maybe fly. Because I know that we flew a Cessna 210, unpressurized and unturboed, so just a Cessna 210, non-stop from Aransas County, Texas, all the way to the Chicago Midway Airport, non-stop. I think weather has maybe a factor in that or something like that, but that would be a long flight. So all right, let's go ahead and just turn just a little bit here to a few degrees to the right. That way then we can have a nice view of the proving grounds off the pilot window here. That way you guys can see it, and then we can pick up our direct radio right back to Drake VOR. So, some neat mountains here. Look at those, wow. How many of these were explored by, you know, the 49ers and all the gold rush people back in the day? They probably saw all these mountains and just thought there's gold everywhere. Amazing. Now you can start to see how it's a test track out here. And we're climbing up 9,500 feet. what we got the autopilot bugged for. Like we've just gone below half fuel, and we've only got one more leg to do, so we've got plenty of fuel here in our flight. If you've just joined us, I am now on the third leg of an in real life flight that I did back in January of 1990. This was the flight that I did back in the day from Prescott, Arizona, which is Drake VOR, to the east there, down to the southwest in Blythe, California, then up the Colorado River Valley to Needles. And now we are climbing out of Needles. We're going to go take a look at this Chrysler proving ground here, and then we're going to re-pick up the direct radial back to Drake with another little side detour over to Baghdad, Arizona, because there's something kind of neat over there too. So that is the route that we've been taking here. So now we're just coming up on these proving grounds as we climb up to 9,500. That is the altitude bug on the autopilot, because we've got to climb over those mountains that are right over the nose. So coming up here to take a look at the Chrysler proving grounds, even though it says Ford, it is now Chrysler, is good because it gives us a little bit more time to climb up the 9,500 feet. So, and we can go ahead and turn a little bit more to the right, so again we get a nice view of the whole proving grounds. And that actually looks pretty good. So what we can do here now is we can come over here and go ahead and click on that and go ahead and get onto a direct radial. There's the direct radial now. And we're VFR, so it's not like we need to fly a Victor route or anything like that. And now we can go ahead and tell the autopilot go back on nav mode. And so now just go ahead and climb on out. We're getting pretty high here temperature wise, so let's go ahead and dial this back down. Go to 300 feet per minute. Keep the speed up a little bit as we are looking at the proving grounds here. The Chrysler Motor Proving Grounds and all their test track out here. Look at that. That is so cool. Actually, that is amazing. It's so dumb, but I don't get tired of it. Well, there it is. Look at all those cool test tracks and stuff that they've got to do things. Wow, that is one hell of a compound. Look at that. Wow. That big old high-speed track. That looks cool. Be interesting to learn more about that. Very cool. All right. Well, we are now on the direct radial back to Drake. We got to climb out 9,500 feet to get over the mountains that are right here off the nose, and away we go. Get back into the high desert mountains of Arizona as we head back to Prescott, Arizona, Ernest A. Love Field. Might have a little bit better ground speed now that we don't have such a component of headwind like we did before, but we'll see. We'll see. We're not going to climb as high. We're going to go 9,500 feet here for the return. Just see what we see. But again, we can look and see what, if there's anything really interesting. I really don't remember there being anything other interesting than what I wanted to show you, which is those proving grounds back there. As we climb out, and then there's just basically some ranches. Then once we get out there and we can see Baghdad, Arizona, then we'll fly over Baghdad, Arizona. Because there's something neat there at Baghdad. So, yep, E51. Baghdad Airport. climb out here. Yeah. Some pretty tall mountains right here in front of us. These are the where are the proving grounds right there. These are the Hualapai Mountains. Looks like its tallest peak is at 8,417 off there to the left. We're at 8,000 feet. So the highest peak is out there. We've got just 7,000 right here in front of us, so we're all good now. But we're passing through 8,000 feet, going to 9,500 feet. I'm going to go ahead and go into even a slower climb here. Look at that speed over there. So 300 feet per minute. But we got it, so we're looking already pretty good. We're not, as long as we don't get below 70 knots. Good climb is 70 knots in the sense of 172, and we're at 75 knots. So we can get a little bit of RPM now that we're high. We can go ahead and work on the mixture. So you can see, look at that. Look how much RPM we got. Pull back that RPM or that mixture. It's not so flooded. Looks good. Now we can go ahead and pull back the throttle. 2,500. There we go. Nice. Away we go. The Hualapai. Hualapai. I don't know. I don't know how to say it. Hualapai Mountains. That's the ones right here. And again, its highest peak is out over here. There it is at 8,400 feet. Right out there. But there's nothing. I don't think there's anything. There's a ranch maybe. But you got to get on the other side of the mountain before there's really a range. This is all... There's some wilderness area and all that. But there's nothing. I'm looking at Google Earth now. So go over, there's the test track on Google Earth. Amazing again. And then here's the mountains. Yeah, there's nothing. But how many gold miners, you know, like in these mountains, were like, oh yeah, gold! Some type of little town. Wiki up. Town of Wiki up. It's over the mountains here. But we are now heading back. Let's go ahead and see what we've got going on here. We're still climbing up, but so you can see, look at our ground speed, 132 knots. Ground speed. We can now, actually, if we wanted to, we can actually even see. Let's get a more favorable indication here. So we're going direct. So direct. We need to go up, up, up. There we go. So direct. Click that. Right. Click that. Yep. And now that. Click that. No, maybe it's enter. There it is. Whew. And now go direct Drake. Getting some turbulence, so we go over the mountains here. We'll dial in Drake. And PRK. Enter. Enter. There we go. Now we've got direct to Drake. You can see our ground speed. We got a nice tailwind, it looks like now. Not going to take us so long to get home. And as I said, we're getting a little turbulence out here. See, we're a lot closer now that we've done this. We don't have to go 120 miles. We're pretty close. And there's Baghdad Airport already. So we've got Drake dialed in now. But I want to go show you something over at Baghdad. So what we're going to do here is we're going to come over here to the autopilot. Go ahead and center the heading bug. Go into heading mode. Now let's head over to Baghdad here. Everything's looking good now. We could plug. Oh, look at that turbulence. We could plug in the direct to Baghdad. We're not going to do a touch and go. We're not going to do anything at Baghdad Airport. But I think is that Baghdad? Yeah, I guess maybe. It's showing Baghdad, but I don't think that's Baghdad. What's our heading? Yeah, I guess, yeah. We'll go out here. We'll see. Baghdad is E51. Doesn't look right. Baghdad's like 30 miles. All right, we headed a little south. So what I'm going to do is this is not Baghdad here. This is not, so I'm not sure if the flight sim has kind of messed things up. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and re-zero and go ahead and tack it onto the autopilot onto Navaid. I don't know what that is. That is definitely not Baghdad Airport. Baghdad is not on a riverbed like that. I'm not really sure what they're showing over there, or what they're trying to tell us that is. Nothing on the sectional that I see. Big Sandy. So we'll continue to fly over here, but yeah, I don't know. That is not Baghdad Airport. That's like Wiki up. This little town of Wiki up down there. Well, that out there is probably Baghdad. Out here, that's Baghdad. Big Sandy. That's on the sectional. But there's no airport on the sectional over here, so don't know what that is. Don't know what that is out there. But yeah, Big Sandy. But Big Sandy's a private. Big Sandy's a private airport, so I'm looking on Google Earth here. Yeah, I don't see anything on Google Earth. Let's. Trying to find the airport, that Big Sandy airport on Google Earth. Heck, it could actually almost be like a place for helicopters to land. If it's an airstrip, it's a really it's a short one, put it that way. It's a real tiny one. But yeah, they're trying to tell us that Wiki Up or Greenwood, little towns along the wash, is Baghdad, and it's not. So it's definitely not. I know Baghdad Airport. I've been to it, and that is definitely not. That is definitely not Baghdad Airport, because Baghdad Airport is paved. That's a little like dirt strip down there. That is definitely not Baghdad. I'm still actually trying to find it, of what they would think. Maybe that's what they think it is, or this right. Oh yeah, maybe this right here. Basically, a road that you can land on. That's straight for a bit. That's what it looks like, actually. But they might have improved to just kind of give it, a place to land in case you need to. So, because Wiki Up looks like it's got a big old whopping 50 people that live in it, so. See here. Yeah, that's Baghdad right there. That's where we need to head. So let's go ahead and go here into nav mode, or into heading mode. And let's go ahead and head that way. We already got the bug set that direction, so let's go ahead and head to the right. And you can see how it's miscolored there a little bit, right? There's a little bit of weird coloring. That's where we want to head. That's kind of the landmark that I want to show you. So we'll head to 120 here on the heading bug. Some beautiful canyons though that come up here. I think it's like Burrow Canyon or something like that. Burrow Creek. Yeah. That you can see how it's just a flat mesa over here. But then you can see that's Burrow Canyon. But we're heading right there. That dot that the sim puts out there for us, eventually that will probably turn into, it should say Baghdad. Like I said, I've been out there. That's where Dad and I went out there one time in a Cessna 172 and did basically full power off. It was pretty cool. Just did full power off full power off landings. You just put full flaps, power off, come in real steep. Just use attitude, right? Just use attitude to maintain your speed. You got the airport made all the way down to the ground. Full stall landing, power off, safe. Just let the airplane do its thing, trim it up. Man, it's so nice. So we're going to come off the radial here a little bit. Again, I'm going to go ahead and a little bit more to the right, so that way we get a good view off the pilot side here of this. It's not really like a landmark. It's not natural. Well, it is natural, but it's not natural. So, but in fact, while we fly over here to Baghdad, there's Baghdad. See, Baghdad. But this just says Baghdad. That one said Baghdad Airport. So we'll turn on some tunes here as we fly over here to Baghdad. All right, I am back with you here. So as we approach here Baghdad, you can see that there is some discoloration of the whole mountain and all this kind of stuff. The reason being is that Baghdad here, this is Baghdad copper mine. And this is a big open, strip mine, if you want to call it, open earth mine, whatever you want to call it. But the fascinating thing is they have been taking copper out of this mine since 1882. And it doesn't look like it's there's ever any chance it's going to really slow down here and stop anytime soon. But we'll come over here and we'll do it again, make sure we get off the pilot side here. Nice view of the whole mine operation. This is a huge operation out here west of Prescott, Arizona. And then it's got a little paved airport over here. That's really nice. Come out here and you do touch and goes. Again, it's about 30, 40 miles outside of Prescott. If we look at Drake, I don't want to turn off the. If you look at it, we're 40 miles outside of Drake. So but there you can start to see the big open pit mine down here. That's amazing. That is amazing. Yeah, since I hit the controls, let's just make sure that the autopilot's still on heading and altitude. Yep, everything's looking good. But look at that. Look at that. Oh, big open pit mine. Taking copper since 1882. That's amazing. So again, another amazing thing about Microsoft Flight Sim, whether you're playing PC or now Xbox Series X or the Xbox Series S, like I'm playing it on, is to actually fly not just the airplanes, but to actually see this stuff. And I'm actually having a lot of fun recreating this flight. So it would be really amazing to recreate more of my flights that I have in my logbook. Because I grew up down the Gulf Coast of Texas, so I rented some airplanes down there so we could do some of the flights of the planes that I rented out of Corpus Christi and then flew to Aransas County. We could recreate some of the stuff that my father did when I was a kid from Aransas County, like I said, up to Chicago and stuff like that. So some of the flights that I did when I did my internship at Cessna Aircraft Company in Wichita, flying out there in the Kansas area. So now you can see the Baghdad airport down there. All right, so let's go ahead and pick up the direct radial again. So there's the direct radial to Drake. Let's go ahead and tell the autopilot to go back on nav. We'll start a left turn here on the direct radial. But look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Taking copper since 1882. Big open pit mine. That's huge. So we're at 9,500 feet. Alright, let's come over here. Let's reset direct. So let's go direct. Activate it. Click, click, activate. There we go. Now we got direct. Direct to Drake. And here we go. Get back on that radial. And here we go. Now we'll just take the about what 35 miles here to Drake. We'll pick up weather here. Probably might be able to pick up weather. I don't know if we'll be able to pick up the automated weather this far out. There's the mine. We're going almost right over. You can't even see the airport, I don't think. No, we're literally passing right over the airport. So we'll go outside the airplane. So there's the mine. Look at that. Look at that. Huge operation. So right below us, there's the airport. Like I said, I did touch and goes there with my father. That was cool. Very cool. All right, we'll start this leg. Let's go ahead and bring up ATC. Let's go ahead and back up here. And what we've got, Ernest A. Love Field, huh? I don't see Ernest A. Love Field. There it is. PRC. Let's go and get the information.
Prescott Airport information, Quebec 17000.
Oh, wind's got a good wind.
Wind 175 at 19er.
19.
Visibility, tree. Sky condition, clear. Temperature, 17. Dew point, 10.
2988.
Altimeter 29.88. ILS runway 21 left and visual runway 21 right in use. Landing and departing runway 21 left and runway 21 right. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact. You have Quebec.
Alright, there we go.
Prescott Airport information Romeo 1700 Zulu. Wind 174 and 19er. Visibility, tree. Sky condition, clear. Temperature, 17. Dew point, 10. Altimeter 29er decimal 88. ILS runway 21 left and visual runway 21 right in use. Landing and departing runway 21 left and
Do I have it on a
runway
repeat
21
now?
right.
I'm gonna have to.
VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact. You have Romeo.
Is it gonna reset or is it gonna not? I'll just go over to a dead channel. Nope, it was in mid, give it to us, so. And we'll stay at 9,500 feet here because you can see that mountain. That mountain straight out in front of us there, that's that single high mountain that's right there by Prescott. I wonder what mountain that is. Let's go and take a look here, huh? What is that mountain? Granite Mountain. Doesn't that bring back memories? Granite Mountain. Now I remember, yeah. 7,640 feet. So just about a little shy of 8th. So we are doing, man, we are zipping right in here. Into Drake at a ground speed of 142 knots. We're tearing it up. You go ahead and zero this bug too, huh? We'll do the visual for runway 21. I'm not going to set up ILS or anything like that. Don't need it. I mean, look at the weather. Weather has no problems here, so. Alright, well, we're going to turn on the music. I'll catch you a little bit here when we get closer to Granite Mountain. We need to call up Prescott Tower. So, alright, so I'll be back in just a bit. All right, back in the cockpit here. Oh, it's bright. I can't look like that. There we go. So we are coming up here on Granite Mountain. So we're gonna go ahead and need to make a call. We're gonna go ahead and request a full stop this time.
Prescott Tower, Cessna November 79er 187 is 11 miles west, 8,900 feet with Romeo to land.
Cessna November 79er 187 Prescott Tower. Altimeter 29.88, wind 172 at 20. Make right downwind runway 21 right.
Prescott Tower, can Cessna 187 get runway 21 left?
Cessna November 79er 187 Prescott Tower. Altimeter 29.88, wind 172 at 20. Enter right traffic, runway 21 left.
Enter right downwind runway 21 left, Cessna 187.
All right. We've got our landing instructions. So 21 left. We are still descending down to 6,500 feet here. We could go ahead and on the autopilot go ahead and come down here since we've cleared Granite Mountain. So we're heading toward the airport. We'll kind of enter 45 here, then make right downwind. Altimeter is set. We're descending down. Well, we know traffic pattern altitude is basically right at 6,000, so we can go ahead and tell it to come on down to 6,000. Coming in nice and fast. We go ahead and pull back that power. Go. Everything's looking good. We can go ahead and do a before landing checklist. Everything's looking gone. Taxi lights and landing lights come on. So let's go ahead and do that before we forget. So that way the tower can see us. There we go. On the 45, everything's looking good now. There is the field out there. So, not the best 45 I've ever done in my life, but not really pointing towards center field, but it's all right. Now I have dialed in the ILS. So we can go ahead and switch that over. I don't need the ILS, but I've dialed it in. Alright, we'll just go ahead and make a wide downwind here. Alright, we're on the downwind now.
Cessna 187, wind 180 at 22. Clear to land runway 21 left.
Alright, we're cleared to land. Let's do it.
Cleared to land runway 21 left, Cessna 187.
Go ahead and turn base. Nice and slow. You go put in full First notch of flaps. Autopilot's coming off. I've got 2-1 left there. See the meatball, so we're good there. We're gonna land. I'm not gonna put any more flaps in. We're gonna land long, so that way we can park where we wanted to park, where we parked when we started, back at the North Air. So can't request a long landing here. We did this a lot when we were, because you pay for your flight time. So we would do this a lot, where we would do a long landing. So got 1 notch of flaps in. Got plenty of runway. Airport's made. Everything's looking good. Now you can actually see that little other runway that they built there. That little touch and go runway, 2-1 right. There's the inner marker. So we're going to land long. That way we don't have a big old taxi. We can just basically taxi and go right to the ramp almost. Bring in some power. Just kind of float her down the runway here. Good times. Good times. Like I said, I would request a long landing. That way the tower knows what I'm doing, but there's really no way to do this in flight sim, so gonna float her down here. Float her down. We know we got the crossing runway coming up, so we go ahead and now power off. And let it settle. Look at that. Woo, 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 woo. Bring the flaps up. There's the crossing runway right there.
Cessna 187 exit runway when able.
There was a high speed right there, if I remember. Yeah, it's there. Here we go.
Cessna 187 contact ground on 121.7.
All right. Oops. Now is the handoff. Turn to ground.
121.7 for Cessna 187.
Taxi to parking.
Prescott ground, Cessna November 79er 187 taxi to parking.
Cessna November 79er 187 taxi to general aviation parking via taxiway.
Thank you. Got it.
Taxiing to general aviation parking via taxiway Cessna 187.
That terminal building is not what the terminal building looks like. It's single story. It's got a cool cafe there. There's a Skyway Cafe. When we did our trip back in December, we were actually able to go out there and I was actually able to meet Susie again, see her again, have my chili size hamburger. Amazing. Used to just, man, all the time. Just all the time. Have that chili size open faced hamburger with chili and cheese and onions and french fries. Oh yeah. Yeah, this isn't modeled right at all. This hangars and stuff. The airport boundary ends right here. This is where we started. This is where we're gonna finish. Right here. This right here was the old FBO, North Air. There we go. And we are back. Let's go back in the cockpit. Go ahead and bring up the checklist. We can get rid of ATC. After landing, parking. Here we go. All right, so parking brake is set. Transponder comes off. Avionics bus 1 and 2 come off. Magnetos. Well, that's weird. Why would it do that? That's weird. I would tell you to do it that way. All right. So ignition. Is there a cutoff off? Right? No, I don't see it. All right. So ignition off. Landing lights. Landing light, taxi light, navigation lights are all coming off. Alternator comes off. And battery comes off. Use selector left or right. All right. There we go. Okay, had to figure out which stick it was to go left or right. That's it, huh? Yeah, there we go. We have finished our flight. That was a redo. That was pretty amazing. So, wait. In the airplane, and so yeah, that was amazing. So yeah, please click that like button if you would, please, because that really helps people find my channel and stuff, and also because it helps them find the channel because it activates the YouTube algorithm. Very cool. So I will see you next time, which is going to be tonight when I am back live streaming gaming. So thank you for joining me. Thank you for clicking that like button. Thank you for subscribing. Thanks for watching. All that kind of stuff. And I will then see you next time. Bye.
It's so beautiful, you and me. We meant to be in the great outdoors.